gotta go to whatchamacallit? Mordona. Oops. Forgot I never picked up the next quest. Alright. Wait, is this the... Hold on. I want to see if this is the first quest of 5.4. It is. Okay, sweet. Also want to see when 5.4 came out. Just want to know, like, how far behind I am, time-wise. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, hold on. I might be wrong. It says it came out 5.4. The special site was posted on the 18th, but that feels wrong. Oh, okay, December 8th. I guess they just updated their site. Because I was going to say, it feels like, I'm pretty sure 5.45 was what just came out. Okay. So I'm a couple months behind. I guess like 2.5. Alright, whatever.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
Have they?
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows.
I'm gonna ask if they've shown who is who is in power now, other than just like Xenos and Fan Daniel, I guess. Cause I remember like all the different legions were like, it was like it was a civil war. I don't know if it's still going on. But I don't know if they've named like who's in charge now.
In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
What?
Welcome back, everyone.
Lise!
You're fine.
I think I want to get rid of the blindfold.
No more headaches or keeling over.
Like turn that off.
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lys Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Hero. She didn't do anything.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Am I missing
Do
something?
not be so sure. Words scarcely
Or
do
did she-
justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade, one would be hard-pressed to find.
Did she do a bunch of stuff while we were busy on the first? Cause look at him.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Lys did nothing in Stormblood, so I don't know what Grahatia is talking about.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes. Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
I dyed these like a green to like match the like the greens on the coat. I want to do red, but well, I'd rather do red, but there's no red on me at all. Other than like her hair,
But tell
but
us, Lys,
it's all hidden.
to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble. The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Oh yeah. Because of
Of course.
what's his name? The Kobold.
You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything.
Mhm.
Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Very bold. Lise comes in and is like, hey, I need you guys' help. And then Alizé decides to be like, actually, can I take the most important person?
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
What?
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No. That's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use. We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Oh wait. Oh wait. There we go. I wonder if, I mean, they could talk to Master Matoya. We have our own airship now. Our own, what do you call it? Like the an airship for the Scions. Dude, every time I fly in these Realm Reborn zones, it's like, it feels good. I'm running. The Bonanza. So she can build an airship, but she can't fly it. Oh wait. Ozzy's never been to Azaslaw. Huh. Thought we were free from the bagpipes. Oh, I want to go back to the first and talk to like different NPCs. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's see. 'Cause I was playing this morning and I was doing something on the first and I talked to I was doing the custom deliveries for Kaishir and I think I talked to China's or someone, and it reminded me to try to talk to everyone. Wait. Oh yeah, Ring should be somewhere around here. Unless they're just like not on the map anymore. They just talk like they are. Like they're still around. Actually, I don't know if it'll let me in here. Oh, nice. Alright, is Reen or anyone gonna be in here? No. Where would Reen be? Maybe over here? I mean, it could just be that I'm asking for too much. For some, like, after all the important stuff, kind of like changes. Alright, hold on. Let me look it up. Let me see. Wait. Alright, Garland Tools says that she's at 1110, which is here, and she's not here. Okay, maybe that's like the last time you see her before she's gone. Or maybe before that, actually. Like, maybe she shows up here. I just started typing Reen after, and it all filled in like Reen location after 5.3, Reen after 5.3. So I'm not the first to like wonder this. Okay, well, looks like she doesn't exist anymore. Outside of, what do you call it? The, Eden stuff. Dude. I forgot. Yeah, I remember all these like Heaven's Ward zones are like massive. And there's like a lot of verticality to them. Oh, hold on. That was weird. Thought I heard someone knock on my door, and then when I opened my door, I heard like another knock, but it wasn't like. It sounded like, I don't know, maybe like just a house shifting or something. Man, they had to put it all the way over here. Also, how did I miss these? I usually like clear out all the side quests. Dang. Just not do any of the ones in Az's Law. Hmm. It's like hard to get used to him not being covered in crystal. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know where to go. I was gonna say, do you have to just like kill any of these little sprites? I was inside. Hmm. What? Oh. Man, the targeting. Why do they do that? What? I was like, wait, who is that? What is going on? Like, it's... The text made it seem like it was Graha, but... seems so... out of character. Hmm. Did she say that before? I feel like she has. I always forget he has like a little ponytail. I think it's kind of dumb. I think his hair looks fine without it. Oh. Oh no. Mhm. You're gonna get us locked out. And is it gonna be password? Wild Rose. Dang. Oh. I started the, I don't know if it's paused, but like the, I started the relic at least. Like, I got the first part. I haven't done it past that though. So I know like Sid's working on all that stuff, at least for this part of the, expansion. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. The third. I don't know. I don't know if we've ever seen Nerva. Or was that the guy? The one. I can't remember if it was like. I don't know. The name Nerva doesn't sound familiar, but I remember like there was someone who was like showing up, like aside from Xenos and Fan Daniel. I don't think it was this Nerva guy though. So they get infinite attempts. It seems pretty lucky. Freedom. Hmm. Huh. Oh. Hmm. Ooh. Oops. Huh. Oh, right. Yeah, like, didn't it only work because we use his, like, crystal blood? Hmm. Okay. Oh, I also started the stuff, the whatever the sky steel thing is. It seems like like they give you that tool, gave me the fishing rod, and then they're like, yeah, upgrade this thing twice. And I was like, alright, whatever, I'll do that later. Cause it's worse than, yeah, it's 440, and the one I have I think is 500. Yeah. But I also don't know like anything about the restoration stuff, or if that's even part of it. I want the shoe bill back. Give it to me for free. Oh. Is it the Vanu or something like that?
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you? But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day? A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Easy.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Why does she keep doing that? That walk. What happened to her? She's depressed because she didn't do anything. She bored.
Who would have thought ceruleum
Oh.
weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more, now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Who? Oh.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel, not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto. Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Are they actually gonna let me take a break? Or are they gonna be like, oh, while you wait, go do this instead? Nice. Mm-hmm.
It's overloading.
She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very
Oh my
close.
god. Just turn it off.
Oh.
Get everyone killed.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There. I was able to memorize the magic before it faded.
What?
It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
We don't even know if it works yet.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
I'm sure they could have just like turned it off, let it cool down, and then picked up where they left off at. Why would you test it on him first? Better work. Wait. Oh yeah. Wait, is he just chilling in Limsa? Wait. Yeah, it's castle. Oh yeah, it's like right there, right by the maelstrom like command thing.
Apologies for the wait.
Gabu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
What?
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment? Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul.
Wait.
Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with a tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell.
Oh, whoops.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission then, let us begin.
What? Can't Alice help too?
Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy.
All they've done
is up to you, Alize.
like exchange
The
ether.
treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hope. I will go with her.
I keep skipping.
It may be a while before we return.
Or well, not skipping.
So I would ask for your
because I've read it,
patience
but
and your faith.
I'm losing my patience. I want to see what happens. I can't help it.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news. For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion. I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
Help her.
Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Yay. Finally. I'm dragging them along for like a million expansions. As it's like
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's.
and I found that I could remember one thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms.
I was also thinking, like, Gaboo was like holding on, and maybe that's like what the advanced symptoms is, but like anyone else who just kind of like hasn't had like something to like hold on for and look forward to and not give up for, like, it's probably too far gone.
Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army.
Yeah, I was gonna
of
say,
would it not?
they'll need a
Granted,
million
it seemed a
portsies.
simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
All they gotta do is get some Play-Doh.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly
Oh
turn.
yeah.
She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gaboo. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
Oh, we got honey now. I saw it in the closet the other day. I was like, whoa, sweet, because I could put that in my tea. Actually, I wonder if... maybe that's closer. Maybe not. Oh, you can't fly here. I guess this is like a town. Dude, all these... Did I just not... Maybe I didn't do a lot of the Heaven's Ward side quests, I guess. Pretty sure I've done all the Realm Reborn and Stormblood ones. And Shadowbringers, or at least most of them. Trying to think why I would have missed Heaven's Ward. Because it's not like I stopped playing for a long period of time there or something. All right.
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Latoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
What does she even do? Clone this.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reach double figures. But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother porxie, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Oh, whoops. Oh, is this gonna be the dungeon? Is this oh, what's that one dungeon? It was it the Grey Kuba Library? Isn't there a hard one too? Yeah. But maybe that's not it. Maybe that's not her old workshop. I don't know. Everyone's talking like we've been there before though. What else could it? Maybe I haven't been there, and I'm just like trying to remember something that hasn't happened. Does it mean like the unwashed is like I don't know, like I don't know, what would unwashed, I want to say dumb, but I feel like that's too harsh. Ignorant, I guess. There we go. Okay, so I don't think we've been here. Matoya's relict? Relict? I don't know if I've ever heard that word. Relict. Okay. I'm gonna make some tea. And then I'll come back and do this dungeon. Part of me feels like I should queue up now because it's probably gonna take forever. Actually, maybe it won't take that long because it's almost midnight, but I feel like that's not that late. But either way, I'll be right back. Actually, I won't be right back. It'll be like 10 minutes. But I'll be back. think that took way longer than I wanted to. Went to take out the trash, and then I was messing around with my candy, and I forgot about my tea. Okay. Homemaster Switch. Oh. I was like, I thought this was saying something about Homemaster Switch again. I was like, wait, what? Dude, that buzzing. What does this thing want? Alright, whatever. Let's see. Okay. 8 minutes. Probably gonna take a bit longer than that, but oh well, whatever. See what to do. I'm pretty sure I did all my beast tribes for the day. Yeah, and then oh, impressive. Maybe we'll see. Nice.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Pirogos say, or you'll wish you had. This feels like what's the anti-tower? Sonny of Ziggy. Wait. Oh.
Felt like I should have saved that. I'm not sure what's happening. Oh, okay, okay. I don't know if these holes mean anything. Why is it still me? Ah. Hmm. Oh. Ah. Man, nothing aiming. Oh, I've seen this like as a minion, I think. I love the way the music changes. It's like this, like, I don't know what you call it. Oh, why? Oh, okay, sweet. Oh, I see. What? I don't know why we did that one. So like elemental, because this one was like earth, water, and then fire. Oh wait, wasn't that thing called a Nixie? And this dude's name is Nixie? Oh, what? I thought I already used that one. Oh well. Dude, that's cool. I like the colors. Oh, I just need to keep going. Hang on to him. Oh, one. Wait. Like, I don't want to spend all my stuff because the boss is like right there, I'm pretty sure. Like, I have this fan dance or saber dancing at 100 now. I have all my feathers. And the this technical step is chilling. Oh. What? Oh, okay, the boss, I guess, is next. Figured it would have been at the end of that.
Right then, let's get this over with.
Oh. Oh.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Oh man, I hope there's not a lot of pigs squealing. I hate the sound of pigs squealing. Porcelain. Or is it porcine? Oh, keep forgetting. Dude, I'm like, oh. Oh. Oh no. That's kind of cool. Wait. Whoa. Oh. That's pretty good. I kind of miss Bard, like seeing this Bard. I haven't seen a Bard in a while. Miss playing Bard. Like seeing the dots on it. I was like, man, how come Dancer doesn't have dots? Oh. Is there a minion of this? It's kind of cute. I don't like the regular Porksies, but this one's adorable.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
Alizé's gonna help this time. Oh, Y'shtola is not gonna help.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some Porksies. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy. A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say. Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the Porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
She's doing the dumb walk. Mhm. I'm surprised we haven't run into Fan Daniel yet, cause like they're making a big point of it, and like they showed him in like at the end of 5.2, and then like maybe just at the end of 5.3. I don't remember if like there's like another like instance like that, but still, like, I'm surprised like we haven't had any run-in with him at all. And that like now we're in 5.4 and he still hasn't made an appearance. This dude's head thing, like, is he wearing something, or is that part of his head? What? I don't ever remember seeing that. A Sahagan with one of those. What? Oh. I like that you can choose the ellipses. Like you know she wants your help, but you don't want to say it. You don't want to offer it. You don't want to help. It's also interesting that there's 3 pirate factions that just get to do whatever they want. They just get to exist as factions. It's like there was like gangs, and you're just like, all right, let's like the government just decided to make deals with, like, form an alliance with 3 different gangs. Oh, I should check out my retainers. Oops. I equipped my Fisher, this retainer, with like pretty much everything. She just needs one more ring. But it's all level 60. She's 62, but when she hits 70, I'll go buy some more. Because I just spent all my like yellow scripts. Because I had like, I don't know if I was maxed out. I think I was close to maxed out. I just like bought all this because I was like, I mean, I'm not going to use these yellow scripts. I wish you could do the same thing with bard gear. I mean, I could probably just buy crafted, but I don't know. I don't care enough. People want this? No. Lame. Dude. They keep giving me these gear. Unsellable gear. Like, this is sellable. These are sellable. I don't want to sell my food. Actually, why not? Wait, I know why. Because, it's fun to have the food. I don't know. I have this orange juice for, like, whenever. I just feel like pretending, like role-playing, drinking some orange juice. For a second, I was gonna hit this because it takes you right to that etherite. Or actually, I think it takes you like right here. But why would I do that? Why would I waste that? Even though I have 128 to waste. They are kind of expensive though. No, wait. These mails from etherite take us to take you there. Or maybe there. I don't know. I never pay attention to where it takes me. I just know like it makes it easy to get to there. God, they talk so dumb. So they talk dumb. It's more that they, like, seeing it typed out as dumb. This cat's kind of ugly. I wonder if it's... I'll take the etherite. Oh wait. Oh, I probably should have ran then. I wasn't thinking. Thalassocracy? Is that even a word? Like I'm sure it means something to do with like the ocean, but naval supremacy. Empire at sea. So you can just like throw ocracy at the end of anything and make it like a government. I don't know how to, like, Limsa is so confusing to get around without like the etherite or ethernet. I'm not gonna like try to find my way by running back. Is the lingonberry a real thing? Hold on. Oh, it is. What is it? Huh. Wait, is it like endangered? Hold on. So there's a thing in here that, like, on the wiki page, it says conservation status in the U.S. Oh. Well, like a subspecies, I guess, went extinct. Oh, I guess it's like, yeah, so like the minus subspecies is listed as a species of special concern and believed extirpated in Connecticut. Then extirpate just means it's like extinct in an area, but it still exists other places. Huh. I'm curious what it tastes like. Oh, I haven't taken the time to like look at these places from up above now that I can fly. Like seeing that over there, I was like, wait, I've never seen that from above. Hmm. Catboy. I think that's the first time I've seen someone in game call a Makoti a catboy or a cat girl or anything like that. No, you're gonna give us away. Lucky. Okay. What if that dude turned around and looked and saw that? The ceiling feels kind of low. Maybe not. But I was gonna say, like, for this map in the North Shroud, like, Feels like hitting the ceiling is pretty easy to do compared to the maps that are built for flying. I think that's intentional. I think they don't want you to, like, I don't know, fly too high on these maps that aren't meant for flying. God, that face is so dumb. What? Well. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. What? This guy's suspicious. Okay. So like, yeah, this dude didn't want to meet up before, and we didn't really do anything to convince him, unless he's actually that dumb, and we did. I don't know. Otherwise, it seems suspicious that he's like, "All right, I'll go." What is the Asleisha? Is that like a boat or something? It is a ship. What are they yelling about?
Look who's come crawling.
What?
Traitor!
What? Oh, did she used to?
Shove your peace!
She used to like work for them? Cause I remember she used to be a pirate.
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Why don't we plunder from them?
Has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our
want her
ancestors
coat.
led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom.
I thought it might be that. Kept saying Bosnia because that's what everyone else was saying. It was pronounced. We're saying how that's how it was pronounced. But I was like the language that like the Hrothgar, like everyone, yeah, the language they use in like those areas made me think it would be Bosnia, like the naming conventions for, I don't know if it's for the Holocaust, but I know for like the Vieira, it's more like the like a, I don't know what, like a, I don't know, I want to like Nordic, is that like, let me think, hold on. Like, I know that's what I'm thinking, like countries that are like Northern Europe, like Sweden and Finland and all that, like their J's are Y's. Yeah, Nordic countries, yeah, Northern Europe, North Atlantic. Okay. I just wasn't sure if that could like be applied to the languages. Cool, now I know.
When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Sahagin.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so.
Alright.
Still, we're all the Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards.
Okay, maybe
That
she
true?
wasn't a bloody executioner.
If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
Don't we fight that guy in like one of the dungeons?
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept
I think
your
we even fight
challenge.
Merlvid. I can't remember. They're not gonna kill her. She's not gonna lose. Dude, manlets. What? Kill him.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Oh, is that the original captain or leader or whatever?
It's the captain! Captain Elfair!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
Citizens? I don't know. What?
Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything ye want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom!
Dude, this guy's motivating me. I'm like, dude, I want to get on a ship now.
So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Jeez.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend. And it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only
Wait, so was
truly die
the other guy
when we've
Mistbeard?
dealt the Empire the
Like the
telling
boss of that
blow.
dungeon?
There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt.
I can't remember. I gotta look it up.
I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Guess I got a doctor. Didn't I have like healers? Are they all just like marauders and rogues? Alright, hold on. Mistbeard. Okay, it is this guy, the Rugadin right there. Ainzar. Wait, unless Mistbeard is like... Hold on. Oh, okay, yeah, it's like an identity that more than one person assumes. Oh no. Why is there a picture of her gun on the ground like that? Alright, hold on. I actually want to see if you can get her gun at some point. Just want to see if it's like a weapon that's available to like earn or something. Okay, I don't see it. Whatever. She's not gonna die here, right? Right? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna look up the quests, cause like it feels like I'm getting towards the end. Yeah, there's only one more after this, and so we're on the gray ship Vilbrand. Then the next one is Futures Rewritten. Where are they? It's just we're not gonna see Fan Daniel or Xenos again. This is why people complain, or I've heard. Maybe not disdain, but 5.4 isn't as good as 3 or 2. Like a lot of stuff happens in 2. But 3's like the climax of it all. Whoops. I meant to click alpha now. They're not gonna kill him, right? Not after all we've been through. Are they actually gonna try to summon Titan? Like, are they gonna be that bold? Oh. God, I always hated going in here. Like, anytime I had to do Beast Tribe quests here and they had me, like, go in here, it was always so annoying. What? Wait. Oh. Oh wait, hold on. Are there quests that got added in 4.5? Or 545.45? Hold on, check the lodestone. Dude, this page takes so long to load. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. 545 is only Save the Queen. Delubrum Regine. Blue Mage. Oh wait, Ishgardian Restoration, that's 40. That's 5.41. Okay, so yeah, I really am almost done. Dang. Wait, are we gonna fight Titan by ourselves? What happened to them? Oh wait, were they like... Wait.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish.
Okay.
The Great Father shall have your souls for your
You think I
folly.
can't kill him again?
Aye, just as we thought.
Nice.
Now, Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
Hello? Okay. That was the wrong button. Whatever.
You're in my sight. You're in my sights.
Nice. Alright, where's Titan? Okay, so we gotta do 3 more times.
Just what we need.
Okay. I don't know if that's how you're supposed to do that.
You're in my sights.
Get up.
Here you are, Alize.
There's no way they... Okay, sweet. What? Oh, I didn't kill this one.
More! I need more ether!
What? Did I do that? Wait, how do I...
Just a little more!
Is that supposed to happen? Alrighty. Okay, I don't think I'm supposed to kill these ones. Oh. Ooh, no, he's gonna die. Okay, maybe not. Jeez. Let me do it. I was wondering why I wasn't like ever part of it when my ether's like the most dense it's supposed to be. Right, let me get up and kill him. Oh, oh. No, she's gonna die to it. That's why her gun drops. They're not gonna kill her for this, right? Oh my god. Oh, I missed it. Why did he... Why is that... Why was that a thing? Oh. Hmm.
Yes, this will do. Here I go.
Go, Angela!
Did it work?
What?
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed
So is that
them to
Gabu's
summon
parents?
Titan.
They've just been laying there the whole time. Or those two different kobolds for this, like this new summoning.
Why would I do such a thing?
These ones are still tempered, right? Or were they not tempered and just like obeying him?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Oh, so true. I'm almost done with 5.4. Almost nothing has happened.
Gaboo! What are you doing here?
I haven't even met Fan Daniel yet.
Patriarch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's like one more quest after this, and he hasn't even made an appearance. What do you say? Gaboo.
The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
I kind of hate like the bloom down here. It's annoying.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over
Beastman is
territory,
racist.
pillaging and perishing for
And
the
everyone
earth
keeps
beneath our
using it
feet.
like it's not.
It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
He's right.
And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in
See, she won't say Beastman
cooperation.
because she knows it's racist. But she'll say it in private.
In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Laminsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world. and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastmen.
She said it.
Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed
Oh my
you
goodness.
before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
Alright, then we can just kill all of you.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
No bottled water. Just drink tap water. Or drink soda. Be like my grandma and just never drink water and then lie to your doctor about it. So you drink like 80 ounces a day.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole. I fought. I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it. However much I might want to.
Okay, that's why. Like the quest had a picture of that, and I was like, oh no, does she die? Oh, she doesn't die. There's no way they would kill her.
That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man.
Wait.
My second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
He's not actually gonna do it. No way. Weak. He's a coward.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was.
Okay, yeah.
If you
I was
could
wondering
free
about
them
that.
too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Alright, give me my gun back.
'Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
Nice. Sweet. Are we gonna go around and do this with everyone? Toast. Poor man's snack. Oh, I didn't talk to Einzar. Ainzar. Oh man, this rain just reminded me that it hasn't rained here in a bit. Kind of annoying, because rain is comfy. And it's supposed to be raining. Like the East Coast gets all that snow and I don't get a drop of rain.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Is it Fan Daniel finally?
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
I'm glad they realized that Merlwyb and the Maelstrom is the best faction and give it all the quests. Give her all the screen time.
What in the world is that?
Show me. Wait.
A tower.
This Dead Space?
You can see it too, then?
Is that a marker?
I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. Aye. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the navigators speed you on your way.
There gotta be like antennas or something, right? Like they're transmitting something, otherwise they wouldn't have that pulse. What could it be? I don't know. I'll be right back. I'll go to the bathroom. Alright. Why does Fandaniel have such a dumb name? I was thinking about it in the bathroom. I was like, man. You have like Elidibus, La Habrea. I guess those names are different though. But then this dude gets Fandaniel. I know their titles. That's why I was saying like Elidibus and Emmett Sulk and La Habrea are shouldn't those be different than Fandaniel's because he's not like like one of those ones. Because like Emmett Sulk's real name is Hades. Did we ever learn Elidibus's real name? But like Hades is cool. Fandaniel is just dumb. Fandaniel. It's like when they wrote it, someone had to have been like, haha, sounds like damn Daniel. And then did nobody think like, alright, that's maybe our name is kind of stupid. Let's change it. Because I wouldn't like, I don't know, that wouldn't change much. Just give him a different name.
Thank you for coming so soon.
He pointed it out. Why did he leave it? Why did he let it go? You're stupid.
I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Was it doing something? Oh, there he is.
It can't be.
He looks stupid flying like that. It'd be way cooler if he was riding on it or something.
The palace.
Why do they do that? Are they trying to make him look dumb? Okay, maybe the name was dumb on purpose. Maybe like we need to give him a stupid name. Fan Daniel.
You're here. Good.
What'd you get? What? What are you talking about?
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance. My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
I don't know. I think his VA is fine.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored
Once he gets
to prevent
better.
them.
You're quite right. Though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had
Don't
much
wink at me.
interest in such things.
This guy.
I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Is he gonna have a bathroom
My
scene
heart's desire is to lay
where he's
this
dancing
half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of
in
dust
silence?
behind.
I was thinking about that scene from Joker
Such a thing.
where he's like dancing in the bathroom and then there's like the music, but then I was like, wait a second, he doesn't hear, or like that music doesn't exist in real life for him. He's just, it's like all in his head. So if someone walked in, they would just see this freak just doing his dumb like bootleg ballet in the bathroom, in a public bathroom. He's gonna be dancing in Xenos' bathroom. No, he's gonna go into Xenos' apartment and just like sit on his couch, dripping wet, after we beat everything, before we fight him.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you.
So did Fan Daniel, wait, like,
So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
okay, yeah, he's literally the Joker. But why, like, did he, did he get like summoned by Elidibus, or did he just like Because he had to have, like, taken over Asahi's body, like, on his own or something. Or was he, like, in Asian limbo and decided, like, I hate it here. I'm gonna go, you know, back to the real world and kill everyone and myself so that I can actually die for good. Yeah, but did he do it willingly? Like, cause like, if he hates everything and existing so much, why even come back? Why not just stay gone? Oh, maybe we get that later. Maybe we get that in Endwalker. Let's have fun. But he sounds miserable.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen,
He's playing triple triad.
peeled, for the curtains have
He's
risen
stuck,
on the
like,
spectacle
playing against
to
the same
end
person
all
over and over again,
spectacles.
and they won't give him the last card he needs. And he's just like, you know what? Fine. I'm gonna go kill everyone and myself because you won't give me the 0.1% drop.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage.
What is that? Where's Urian J? He hasn't shown up. Oh jeez. Him and Thancred, I forgot what they went to do. Oh, I think they were like, or at least Thancred was like going to like infiltrate the Garlands or something.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you.
Ugh, Xenos.
My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
Why?
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've done
Lunar Bahamut,
will burn your cities and everyone in.
He's like a, I don't know. Dude.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Is that gonna be it? Is that the end of it? What could be next? We should have a movie night with all of these guys. Show them Joker, so they can understand that there's no reason. Okay, Alize understands. What is the Telophoroi though? Is that just like Xenos and Fandaniel? Oh, wait. Oh, it's over. We should go talk to Kryl and then it's done. What was I gonna say? Oh, those towers. Wait, can I see one from here? Oh, whoops. Oh, there we go. Huh. Yeah, oh, well, I'm not gonna go and look for all of them, but I'll look out for them. That's cool. I'm sure these have something to do with the moon. Because that's what, like I started the Bosia stuff. And, there's like that part where the Garleans, they're like trying to, like they sent a message to the moon or something, and that's what, like that was to summon Bahamut or something like that. And these, I don't know, probably like antennas trying to talk to the moon. There's like a hidden civilization out there or something. And all of Endwalker's just going around to all of them. You just go there. You go up to it. Like pretend this is it. You just go up and right click on it. Do a little channel for a second and then it goes away. You have to go to every single zone in the whole game and do that. And then you win. And then it's over. Oh. The sound was Bahamut fart. Where's Dancrit and Urianger? Wait, he said that before. Why does he say that every time we come back here? Trying to think. Like, yeah, I don't know. I guess we shouldn't know yet, but like, yeah, what caused the end, the final days of Amarat and all the, like, whatever other, like the Vis, the Viera's, like, tribe too and all that stuff. Trying to, like, come up with my own ideas. I have no idea. Because it wouldn't be Bahamut. She called him unhinged. Or maybe it is Bahamut. Maybe that's, yeah, like what I'm saying is, like, they're trying to, like, contact the moon or something. Yeah, and then they have this lunar Bahamut. And it's just, like, a baby version. Or, like, a... what would you call it? Like a vessel or something. You don't think he's as crazy as he lets on? I don't know. Well, I don't think he's crazy. Like, I don't think he's stupid, but I think he... Yeah, that's like what Alphino was saying too, is that like they're like he just said like, oh yeah, he seems to be unhinged, but I'm sure there's more to it than just him being crazy. But I still like, I don't think he has like any other motives. I think he does still just want to end everything. But there's probably more to it than just killing everyone and himself. He's probably trying to do some kind of like refresh or something. Like what is it? There's like, what game am I thinking of? There's like another game. Maybe it was something in 14 too. But like, I mean, it's like a common. No, I guess not that common, but it's like it's been done before. Of like, someone goes about trying to basically cause a reset. So like they try to kill, like wipe out all life so that it starts over or something, because they're like, and that's like a common thing for like the villain to be like, yeah, I hate like all of humanity or all of, you know, whatever, so I'm gonna kill everything and start it over and hope that whatever, like the new cycle is better than the old. Maybe, yeah, maybe Fandaniel is gonna try to like restart and become the new leader. I don't know. Or maybe he's lying about... Maybe he wants to be unsundered or something. So he's gonna like cause a sundering or something and like try to like get strong off of that. I don't know. There's, yeah, I guess we don't know yet. He's not Chachimaru. He's not comfy enough. Alpha no, needs to calm down. Anytime someone says the name Astidian, he has to interject and like express his love. They could have just been like that's how they could have brought Alphino back from the first. Because all they had to do was like stand next to his body and whisper Astidian, and he would just like instantly wake up. Yep, instant, like his body in the first would just vanish, and he would be back in the source. And then the Exarch would be like, oh, we need Alphino back, and he would like everyone would just say Astidian together, and he would get pulled back in there. Alright, this guy's hitting on me now. He needs to stay away from my cat girl. Talaferoy. What? Man, why can't they just give them, like, normal names? I mean, I guess that's, like, part of it is, like, they're not normal, so you have to, like, give them these, like, abstract or, like, strange names to add to the, like, mystery and, like, ununderstandableness. Oh, the locks.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them.
Oh, thank goodness for that.
Why is she smiling? He doesn't look okay. And he's got his weapon. He's gonna... Yep. Oh, maybe these antennas are like... I think I might have said this already, but like trying to... Like they're... brainwashing people. Oh yeah, that's what happened to Sid's dad, isn't it? Except... Okay, I'm right. These things are like in contact with the moon, with lunar Bahamut.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations.
You think they got
are
Joaquin
well
Phoenix
underway
to do the
rest.
mocapping for
Ere
Fan Daniel?
long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration.
Why is he doing this?
I took the liberty of informing her that you await her coming, though I confess, I may have singed her a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be...
Why is he doing this?
Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior.
I should listen to their JP voices.
I shall keep it in mind as a contingency.
Because I don't even remember. Like, I know when I started playing in like A Realm Reborn or like Heaven's Ward, but like going through A Realm Reborn, I was like going back and forth between them to see which one was significantly less flamboyant. Alright, that's kind of boring. But like I was trying to decide which one I liked or which one I wanted to play as, and I settled on English because I was like, alright, this is fine. But then I haven't listened to JP since then. Like I don't even know what any of the main cast sounds like anymore in Japanese. Wait, well what was it? Like I listened to a clip of some like, it wasn't like a main character, it was like some side character or whatever, but they were a Lalafell and their voice was like super deep. And I was like, okay, that's actually super ridiculous. In Japanese. I don't remember what they sounded like in English, but I was like, I don't remember any Lalafell sounding like that. They always sound dumb. The males, at least.
For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I want to listen. Yeah, I want to listen to. I want to hear Xenos' voice. Exactly.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
When Emmett Selk first like set foot on the source, or the first wherever, the first thing he saw was a male Lalafell, and he's like, all right, they've got to go. This whole planet is tainted. What did he do with his like revolver? Oh, what a waste. Lalafell default dancing with like no clothes on, or like naked except for like a frog mask or something, a pig head. That's it. Fandaniel shows up at the very end of 5.4, and all he does is like talk to you and then leave. He like shows up, shoots some fire at you, and runs away. Dude, that was like underwhelming. Like when I started 5.4, like when I started doing the quest earlier, I was like, I just kept wondering as it went on, like, how is Fandaniel gonna show up? Like what, we're doing all this stuff for Merlwyb, like where does he fit in? Where would he fit in? And then he literally doesn't. It's literally like, oh, you're doing this thing for Merlwyb, and then you're done, but then you go outside, or like some dude runs over and is like, hey, there's this weird thing, and it's like, oh, this was just like a side thing. Yeah, I remember that, and I was thinking about it earlier, but I remember thinking of Emmett Selk. I might have said this not last night or the night before or whatever, last time I streamed, where like it felt like when Emmett Selk was showing up, I was just like, I didn't care about him, or I was just like, whatever, who is this guy? The new bad guy, the next big bad. And then in Shadowbringers, like, he gets to shine, and I was like, okay, this guy is great. So like I'm expecting, or I wouldn't be surprised if Fandaniel was the same way. Where like right now I'm like, all right, he's kind of fun as like this flamboyant, annoying like villain, like pseudo Joker. But right now he doesn't seem like, I'm not in love with him like Emmett Selk or even Elidibus. And like thinking about Elidibus more too, like I was thinking like Elidibus' stuff is so good, but because of Emmett Selk and a lot of Elidibus' stuff makes me like, a lot of the stuff around Elidibus and like all that in 5.3 just made me love Emmett Selk more, just because like none of that would have happened without Emmett Selk. Like Elidibus wouldn't be who he is and wouldn't have had all those good moments without Emmett Selk. Basically, Emmett Selk, they should have put him in 2.0 and had him show up. They just need to not get, he can't disappear. He narrates the Endwalker, like he's in the trailer. He can't, they have to bring him back again. Please. I miss him already. Just make it so that every dungeon and trial, he's, yes, but they could write it in as like, oh, before he left, he he did like in the first, where it's like, oh, he thought ahead and set up everything. Just put him in every dungeon and trial and raid at the end of each one. Just like have a little scene of him, you lose and then he summons you back and then walks away and does this little hand thing. Just do that in every single one. I need it. Oh, that's true. What is this? Oh, the Japanese voice. Wait, what is this? Monster Hunter Rise in 2022? What? Wasn't it supposed to be? Oh, yeah. They probably did that on purpose because the leaks originally said like August or something. And they're probably like, well, since everyone knows, we need to push it back to like hurt them so that they feel like I don't know, because like the only reason to do that is to get people to double dip. So they're pushing it back to like make it harder to wait. Annoying. Anyway, let's see. I'm gonna watch this. I just want to hear his voice.
そして始まるわ。新たな冒険。週末の記憶か。なるほど、そうと分かれば見飽きた夢にも見どころがある。
Whoa, what'd you do? Oh.
おやおやおや。
Too many symbols.
手始めに城を制圧してくださいとは言いましたが、簡単すぎて居眠りとは。結構、実に結構です。こちらの準備もおかげさまで順調ですよ。いやいや、本当に怖いくらい順風満帆ですね。何ってまず、ちょうどいい死体が手に入ったのが幸いでした。
I kind of like the...
俺の死を証明していた民衆派はもはや壊滅状態。実は生きてましたなんて言い訳がいくらでも通る。
I kind of like Van Daniel's JP voice more. You're wrong.
加えてほら、ブルトゥスケといえばなかなかの富豪のようじゃないですか。いいですよね。あ、か、人を動かすのにこれ以上なく手っ取り早い手段でしょ。実際計画の進行に大いに役立ってますよ。
Okay, that's enough. Wait, let me I need more from Xenos. Oh. Oops. I just want to hear more from Xenos. Okay. Jesus Christ. 5 minutes and Xenos has like 4 words. Okay, whatever. Wait. What are you talking about? What happened? About how you got timed out for spamming a billion periods? Hold on. I meant to actually do something. Wait. What's it? Nightbot? What? Clicking authorize will allow Nightbot to run commercials on a channel. Manager. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's like the letting the bot do stuff. Whatever. Where is... Oh, here we go. Alright. You can now spam, I think, safely. I don't know why it completely like purged all your messages. Well, yeah, you didn't spam, but you like... Yeah, you can't talk about 14 in this stream. You put Xenos and JP, ellipses, daddy, and then 101 periods. Yes, that's what I said. You added too many periods. I think the limit is like 20 or something like that. Because it used, like, the limit was like way shorter too. It was like 10 or something, and I like expanded it. Because I was like, oh, people, like, that's too small. Like, it's not fun when you can't, like, put a bunch of emotes or, like, symbols or whatever. That's boring. So I raised the limit. But let me see, I don't know if I can. Yeah, you probably did like 30 of them. I don't know. But I'm surprised it, like, yeah, like it purged, like it killed all your previous messages. It was like, all right, this guy needs to be removed. But I put you on the, not like a white list. I don't know what it's called, the regulars list. But I don't know if that like lets you freely spam as much as you want, or if it just gives you more freedom. Anyway, Asahi or Fandaniel's JP voice, I think I like it more because it's like he doesn't sound as flamboyant. Like that, well, that scene well, I don't know if he sounds more flamboyant, but he's doing the same thing basically. But he sounds more smug like the whole time he's talking. Whitelist, isn't that like an actual thing people complain about? Is like whitelist and blacklist, because they're like, no, it's called the blacklist because it was a list for black people, and like if they're black, they're on the blacklist, so they weren't allowed in. But I'm pretty sure that's not what it meant ever. People are just like assuming that. Whatever. Anyway, we're not here to talk about politics. We're here to talk about Fandaniel and Xenos and their voices. Xenos, he didn't have enough lines there, so it was hard to tell. But I mean, I think he sounds cool, but I think I like his English voice more. Maybe it's just that I'm used to it. But Fandaniel, I think I like his JP voice more, because like I was saying, he sounds more smug. He sounds more like it was getting on my nerves more than Fandaniel. Or like Fandaniel was getting on my nerves because of his like attitude and like the writing, like his lines. But the Japanese voice was like, just like his tone and stuff was like way more annoying, because he sounded more smug. He sounded more like cocky and like annoying. And Fandaniel's just annoying because he's like riding off of Asahi's, I don't know, memory. But I think they're both good. They're both fine. And I think like, well, and it's like, it's like a Japanese, not like trope, but like it's easier to do. I think it's because it's in Japanese that he sounds more smug and stuff. Because at that part where like he throws up the money and is like holding the money, in English he's saying money, 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 but in Japanese he was saying, like, he said o ka ne or something like that. Like they can like do that because they're like the way their language works. It's like it works for that kind of stuff, and that sounds better and that feels better than just money, 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 like whatever. Yeah, the superior language. I think about that sometimes. Like, I mean, it could just be. It's probably. I don't know. I don't know how you would like have someone say, like, do the same thing with the word money, or like a synonym for money, like a 3-letter or 3-syllable word for money that you could have them spread out like that. That doesn't sound stupid, at least. But like that's the well, what I was going to say at first was like Japan, like they have like voice acting as like a trade, like voice actors, like VAs, seiyus, whatever, they like go to school for that and like make a lot of money, where like American or Western VAs don't make much money at all, and they're almost all of them are just amateurs. Like they might have like acting classes or like acting skills, but it's not like specifically trained for voice acting. But then also like the way Japanese language, like Japanese works, like the structure, like the grammar and all that is like different than English. And so like they can do stuff like that, like what I was saying with the okane versus saying money 3 times and it doesn't sound stupid, and it's like makes me think like Japanese is like, that's why like Japanese dubs are always like people, that's why there is like an argument of like dubs over subs. Like the Japanese dub, the Japanese, I guess it would still be a dub, right? The Japanese dub is always, maybe not always better than the English dub, but very often superior to the English dub because the language just is like built for that. But it could, I mean, it's more likely just the training, and the writing, like the localization of it. Like I was saying, like whoever translated the okane scene just didn't have the word to do like money, but 3 syllables. I don't know. But yeah, I wish there's more. Now I have all these dumb side quests I have to go through that I don't even want to do now because I want more main quest stuff. I did start the what do you call it? Like the, yeah, I was saying the Boja relic, even though I don't know if I'll ever like even do it, because like I started it because I want to try to do solo Palace of the Dead all the way to floor 200 because I want that Necromancer title, and I also want to play Red Mage. Like I want to level up Red Mage at least a little bit in there, and also like Red Mage is like the easiest. It's like Red Mage and Machinist are like the easiest to do that for, to get to 200 for. Oh yeah, Lunar Effort, Lunar Titan, Lunar Garuda. I'll take a Lunar Garuda. Give me a Lunar Garuda. Give me Lunar Sophia. I hope they don't. Oh yeah, that would be kind of boring now, cause yeah, like I did like the first 4 of Eden, and it was like, it was fun to like see like the difference, like the fun takes on the different primals. But doing that for Eden and then doing it again in the next expansion would be very boring, very like it would be tired. Oh, so yeah, so that's what I was gonna say is like I can see them doing like maybe dungeon stuff or something like that. Well, and that's like I feel like if they make them minor enough, because like in Endwalker there's gonna be like 6.0 is gonna be like from 80 to 90. So as long as they do, if they do decide to do that, if they do it all like before you hit 90 or before you hit like the later half of the 80s, I don't think I will mind so much. Like as long, like basically what I'm saying is if it's not like a big focus, if it's like 3 dungeons back to back of like Ifrit, Titan, Garuda, and then maybe like figure out something that's like, oh, like we figured out how to like prevent it from happening some more, now we just need to figure out how to like get rid of it completely, then that might be okay. But even then, that's still like too much. Unless they can do something cool with it. Like that Lunar Bahamut looked kind of cool. He looked kind of like Lovecraftian. Like he looked like he had like tentacles coming out of his face and stuff, and like knees and things. So like if it gets weird like that, dude, I'd be down. Especially it being lunar like that, like going to this, like going to the moon, going to space, dude. Man, now I'm just like hoping for a Lovecraft expansion. Give me Give me... Who is it? Who's the one? I'm trying to think. It's not Nyarlathotep. It's the one that's like plays the flute. Is it Azathoth? That doesn't feel right. Oh, it might be. Yellow King? Yellow King is, it's not Lovecraft. It might be, actually. He might have, like, taken it. The King in Yellow. There we go. I haven't read this, but, like, it's, by Robert W. Chambers. Let's see. Oh, actually, I've been meaning to read this. Thank you for reminding me. Now I gotta read it. Oh, yeah, that's, I think, yeah, Azathoth is... Well, actually, it might be Azathoth, and that might be what I'm thinking is like, there's just like people playing, but I'm pretty sure there's like one like outer god that's known for playing music, and then like they what? Okay, hold on. Now I gotta find a list of the outer gods. Oh wait, if he wakes up, reality ends. Oh yeah, that might be. Well, I think that is Azathoth, but wait, no, it's not Azathoth, is it? Hold on. I know which one you're talking about though, and like I think we're thinking of the same one, but it's not. Oh, maybe it's Yog-Sothoth. No. Dude, which one is it? Why am I... Is it Nyarlathotep? No. Whatever. I feel like it has to be Azathoth, and like I'm just not finding it. Cause like I could see the picture, like literally there's the description like you have right there of a circus playing around him. There's like an image of him that's like him sleeping, and there's like a big old like ring of dudes around him playing instruments. Oh yeah, it is Azathoth. On the wiki, at least on Wikipedia. But I feel like there's like it's related to the King in Yellow. Of like one of them who can who shows up in person to talk to humans and like mess with them, and I think that's Nyarlathotep, and that he also like plays an instrument or something like that. Or at least in one of his forms or something. Oh yeah, Nyarlathotep is a servant of Azathoth. Okay, maybe that's what it is. Alright, whatever. I gotta leave that tab open for the King in Yellow because I gotta read that later. I don't even know how I forgot. I think I was like, when I was reading like Uzumaki and Tomie, I was like, I came across the King in Yellow and I was like, oh, I gotta read that after all this, and then I forgot. Alright, what do I do now? Do I start Bozia? I don't know what to do for Bozia. I have the relic, but I don't know if it's like better to do Bozia or the fates in the other places. Like I don't know what's more efficient. And also I haven't set foot in Bozia, so I feel like I should go to Bozia. Wait, what else should I do? Oh, I should check my retainers. Oh, was it that one game? Like Black something or something black? I saw that game going around for a little bit, especially around when you were like talking about it. Black Souls. Wait, is it actually Black Souls or is it Black Souls? You're just being dumb. Cause I remember seeing that, like, yeah, I was like seeing it go around and like the stuff that you were posting. I was like, oh, wait, what is this? Oh, she leveled up too. Sweet. And like I was like inferring it had something to do with like Lovecraft stuff, and I was like, wow, this little RPG maker ripping off the king. Oh, this isn't worth anything. Oh wait, pay attention to that cat. No, that's my retainer. I have this outfit I gave her. So I have like this set in my glamour dresser, and I went and bought another one to like put on her because I didn't want to pull that one out. Wait, why isn't her? Oh wait, I think I hid the hat because I what do you call it? I glammed the hat to be invisible because it looks dumb. Oh wait, did I? What else did I get? This thing. Okay, can't sell it. Whatever. I wish you could put poop nose, like the brown nose, on like just any face. I hate that it's like exclusive to that one face. Cause I'm not a fan of the face, but I'm also like a fan of like, cause that face has like, they have the poop nose, and their mouth is like slightly parted all the time. It's very cute. The moon whale? Is that out already? Let me look. Cause I don't like it. Oh wait, I think I've seen it actually. I think it is out. I think I've seen someone sitting on it. Unless it's a different one. Oh wow. It's the best feature. What did they announce at BlizzCon? I didn't. Like I watched the I didn't watch. I watched the trailer for Diablo 2 and the Rogue for Diablo 4. But that's it, cause that's all like, that's like the only things I cared about at all from that. Oh right, Burning Crusade Classic. I saw that in like the article that I was looking at. But I'm not playing that. I gave up. I'm done on that. I'm done with WoW Classic. Boring game. Waste of resources. They should have just put all that into making 14 better. Blizzard should just give all their money to Square. This Lalafell is taking forever. Liliba. Oh wait, actually, well, she's not gonna level up from this, but I guess we have to wait a week. Ugh. Cause doing this one more time would probably give it to her. Yeah. I thought the newest or the current expansion of WoW was supposed to be good. Thought people liked it. Or is it that it's just not as good as Shadowbringers? How will they ever recover? Honestly, I don't even know. I can't, like, it feels like WoW has like passed its prime. Maybe you grew up, you woke up uh, the Warrior of Darkness, they went in and they like they slayed whatever primal had you under WoW's control. Yoshi P went in, fought, I don't know, Mike Morheim. Who is it? Who's that? Who's in charge of WoW? Ian has a Costas. Is Mike Morheim even at Blizzard anymore? Oh, he's a CEO. Okay. Oh wait, maybe not anymore. Hold on. Wait, what does he do now? Oh, okay. Oh yeah, he left and he's formed Dreamhaven. Ew. Man, I sneezed. This is gross, but so like I have a long mustache. Basically, like imagine Eris's beard and mustache, but just like the beard isn't as long. But like I sneezed, and like right now I was like parting my mustache, just like messing with it, and it was wet. I don't comb. Well, I comb it after I wash it, but like after that, it's just like gross. I just like do it with my fingers. Like I just part it and like, what do you call it? Like stroke it. Oh wait, I was just where I needed to be. I was like right now I was like, why was I over there? Like I feel like I was supposed to sell something. Oh wait, I think I did turn in all my stuff. Yeah. Okay. What happened to Tony? Oh. Wow, how dare you? How could you? Let's see. Has he seen the Endwalkers trailer? Maybe that'll break him out of it. Maybe the way it worked for you will work for him. It didn't work. Do you guys still play Classic at all? I feel like I was planning on doing so. Oh wait, I think I'm just gonna. Oh wow, simp! You're a WoW simp. Oh no. Dude, that's how, like, this free company that I'm in now, it used to be a different free company, and then it got split up because of drama. And, like, I didn't even know what was happening. Like, I, like, logged in one day, and, the free company was just gone, and, like, people were, like, messaging me to be like, come to my free like, it basically just split in two, and both sides were like, come join me over here. And I was like, I don't care, I'm not attached to any of you. Like, I'm fine just not joining either one, especially like if you guys are prone to drama like this. But then one of my real life friends picked a side, and he was like, you should come over to this side. And I was like, fine, whatever. And then like I regret it. I've regretted it every single day. Like, this is the side I chose. Cause like this is the side I chose, and there's nobody plays. I don't know what the other side looks like anymore, but I knew more people on that side that I liked more. Like, this guy convinced me to come over to this side. And like this guy Gale, this guy Raya, and Rudius, they're like the only like competent players in the whole free company because we've done stuff together. Oh, I guess this guy too, but he hasn't played in like a month, I guess. But like everyone else who would play was just like brain dead. So like we would do like just like extreme trials, and like it was almost like doing it with just like a random group in Party Finder or something. It was impossible. And then they would get mad at, like, if you, it was awful. You tell them like, oh, you're messing up this, or like this is what you do, and they would just like take it personally and just like start raging, and I'm like, this, see, and they were the reason, like the ones that I'm complaining about, who like are the problems in this free company, were part of the problem and part of the reason the old free company fell apart. But I don't know. Like I was saying last time, like the people who are like part of the problem haven't played in months, and it's like, all right, I'm fine just staying here, even though I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, maybe I leave and find a more active free company, but I feel like a lot of free companies are like this anyway. Dang, 40 people. Wait, aren't they trying to do that in Endwalker? Like add like a 40-man. Oh wait, isn't that Boja? Like Boja has like a 48-man raid or something. But yeah, it sucks if like, it feels like WoW's guilds are like more important than 14's free companies. Like, I don't know. That's always like the impression I had. Yeah, Boja. Excuse me. That's, yeah, like, cause that's what I feel like, cause when I was first starting playing, like when I was new, that's when we were in the old free company, and everyone in that free company was like super friendly and always trying to do stuff and like teach me and my other friend like how to play and like take us through stuff to help us like learn the game. And then once it broke up, I got in this free company, and like we would do like something like once a month, or like a few of us would just like do our own thing and ignore everyone else in the free company. And then like just seeing other people talk about their free companies, it all just seems like free companies are just for the buffs. Yeah, oh yeah, and then like, yeah, like in WoW, like I remember like early, I don't even know what expansion, like I think whatever I guess like the Burning Crusades, the first expansion, whatever the first expansion was in WoW was like the first time I played, and it was because like my friends were like, oh, you should play, and they like invited me to their, like I got in their guild, and everyone was just like always, but this was also like years ago, so maybe like the environment was different. But if it's still like that, or like at least like guilds are as important as they were then, like, yeah, I don't know. And then 14 added those like what do they call them, the fellowships, and I was like, what, why are they like, why? Yeah, they have like, we have free companies, we have link shells, and now we have fellowships. It's just like they're just finding more and more ways to like split people up and group them in like different ways. That's like, just kill link shells, kill fellowships, and make free company stuff. Like, I don't know, like add incentives for like doing stuff with your free company. I think honestly, like people weren't as cringe back then, or at least it didn't feel cringe, because like I always think of like the old days of the internet and how it was like way more fun, basically, because like, I don't want to say the normies ruined it, but it was just like, it was more of like a Wild West. So like, cause like I played Maple Story was like my main MMO I played, but I also played a little bit of RuneScape, and it was just fun because it was like the only people playing those games were people who like were interested in playing those games, who weren't like, who wouldn't complain about like, you don't pay my sub, or like, I have a life. Like the kind of people who like, when you're running something and you like, they suck, and you're like, dude, like learn how to play. They get all offended, like, I'm not a loser like you, I have a job and a wife and blah blah. It's like, bruh, I was in the Marine, like when I was in the Marines I was playing this game, and like I worked like 10-hour days, and then often worked later than like 12-hour days, and like traveled like for 2 weeks every other week, and like I still had time to play and not be a complete retard like in game. Like, what, these people just, they're bad and they don't want to get good, they want to get carried. And like back when I was playing Maple Story and stuff like that, like that wasn't a thing. Like, someone was bad, they got kicked, and yeah, I don't know, there's no mercy. You didn't give them a chance to like give you excuses of like, oh, or like call you a loser and stuff like that. Like if someone did that, everyone else would just make fun of them, call them a normie, and that would be it. Nowadays, you call someone a normie. Actually, normies call everyone else normies. They think they're not normies. Like one of my brothers is like the most normal person, like as normal as it gets, and he'll like try to like act like I was talking about. I was playing some game. I was like streaming something, and I was talking about like I was like, yeah, I was playing like this game, and I streamed it for like 10 hours, and he was like, 10 hours, that's it? And I was like, dude, that was just 10 hours on stream. Like, what do you? You're not cool because you spend like 6 hours playing FIFA. Because like his girlfriend was like, you only go over for like 4 or 5 hours. He's like, no, I can go up to like 6 hours or more. And she like called him out, and I was like, this guy trying to look cool in front of me. Like I'm like known like among all my brothers as the one who plays video, like the gamer or whatever. And he like was trying to like one up me, and I was just talking about like Among Us. I never got to play Among Us with my brothers. Like the one time they played, because I have 4 brothers. Like I was in the shower one day, and when I got out, like all 4 of them were playing Among Us with like, they're like because one has a girlfriend, the other one has a wife. So there's like 6 total, and they were all playing. And I got out of the shower, and like as soon as I saw that they were playing, I was like, oh, like let me get in on that, and like, oh, we're done now. And I was like, okay, great. I didn't even get to play, whatever. And then like nobody's played since. I haven't played in like forever. I'm in this like Discord with the. It's like I got invited by a friend to play. I would never want to play with my grandma. She'd probably be really good at it though, because she's a compulsive liar. That's all she does. But like I got invited to this Discord, and we played Among Us a bunch, and then we just stopped. And like I'll check in on it every now and then, and it's like someone is like, hey, let's play Among Us this weekend, or let's play Among Us whenever. And like a bunch of people were like, yeah, I'm in. And then like the time comes that they like schedule, and like literally like they're like, hey, Among Us time, and like 2 people show up, and I'm like, dang, that's sad, that sucks. I'm waiting for the new map. When the new map comes out, I'll probably play with them. But other than that, I'm just like, I feel like everyone's too good at the game, that it's like it's a solved game, and it's like it's impossible for one side, like depending on how you set up the rules. Like there's no way to make the rules fair to both sides, because like one side will always like have the advantage. Like a new map would be like the only way to, like it's just too, it gets too stale, where it's like, yeah, it gets solved. So like a new map would be fresh enough to like make so that nobody knows how to win like right off the bat. But you should break Tony of his temperance, like untemper him, and then pay his sub for 14. Buy him resub for him, help him, save him from World of Warcraft. Oh, what? Alright, how do I do this Bosia stuff? Wait, let me see what else I want to do. Oh, I still have to. Part of me was like thinking about doing all this. I could probably do this tomorrow night, or I guess tonight. Cause I have to do. I never even finished. Like, wait, is this just like the first part of? I thought I did the first. Oh yeah, I did Delta Escape. I haven't done Sigma Escape. Yeah, I never did the second tier. Ligma Escape. Oh, I can do expert now. Whoops. I did that. That dungeon was fun. I thought it was cool. The Matoya's Relic or whatever it what was it? Yeah, Matoya's Relic. It was cute. What? It was fun. It was cute. Get this cat, boy. Get out of my face. Why does it suck? It was fun. Well, it wasn't fun like Like, it was fun to play. It was fun, like, the theme and the music and, like, the bosses. They were, like... It was fun. They were having fun. Giovanni and Forlands. For what? Oh, wait. Okay, sweet. In my discount. Is it like on the map? Like, can I go up to it? Because the other one that I was looking at, the one that was in like Lenosha, was like off on the side and I couldn't, like, it looked like you couldn't get to it. Oh, you can't reach that. Oh, they're all out of bounds? Okay, that's what I thought. Like, they're contacting the moon. I'm telling you, they're trying to... They're gonna summon an outer god. If it's not something like that, I'll be disappointed. Oh, I was thinking about this earlier, but like the like Realm Reborn maps that like have the new flying now, their ceilings are like way low compared to these ones. What is that? Moon Man, Moon Man, can you see? I don't know what that is. Is that like a Pennsylvania thing? A southern thing? Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna. That's what I was getting at. I was gonna say like, Moon Man is like a term for, I don't know, something racist. What if they slowly like change the color of the moon up until Endwalker? Like it slowly starts to turn pink or purple. And then at the start of Endwalker, it gets like pointed out and explodes. Oh, what do they call it? The calamities? What do they call those things that happen here? They're like impacts. Like, this is, man. We've been, wait, what? Oh, I was like, why did I move sides? Shadowbringers and Endwalker are gonna be Evangelion, end of Evangelion. He spoiled something? Was it for Shadowbringers or for Endwalker? Oh. Oh, I guess that is kind of a spoiler. I don't know, I don't think I was expecting Fan Daniel to be like I don't think I would, maybe like the final boss of 6.0, but I feel like someone else has to come in and like be the new big bad, because that's kind of what they do with all the expansions. I feel like maybe, I don't know, like Xenos doesn't seem to have any attachment to Zodiark, but if it means he'll get stronger to compete with us or whatever, I can see it. Anima, I don't even know anything about Anima. I never got that far in 10. And Anima's ugly. It's your fave. Actually, that could also like lend credence to my Lovecraft theory, because like Anima's pretty Lovecraftian. Especially like having like the top and the bottom part, like 2 heads or whatever, and arms and things. Cause like looking at anima, it reminds me of like Dagon. Just like this fish monster thing. Oh, what? I want to watch. Hold on. Alright, hold on. Let me see. Which one should I... Is it just like any summoning scene, or is it like a cut scene of like the first time anima shows up? Okay, I'll do this anima Eon summon scene and Oblivion Overdrive. Alright, I can't see chat, so can't see what you're saying. This better be good. Dude. Is that a JoJo reference? Alright, that was pretty good. The cutscene version. Alright, hold on. I gotta find that. That was pretty cool. Like, just seeing the anchor drop, I was like, wait a second. Is the Seymour summons anima in Luca? All right. Why has he got nails like that? Dude, that's sick, like the anchor. Like that's like the best part. That better be the next DPS class. like the idea that this like kind of like horrific looking monster thing is like saving everyone. Like it's not evil, even though it looks horrific. Alright, that was kind of cringe. That's pretty cool. Let's see. It's got good lore, tied to Seymour as a character. Don't spoil. I don't know if I'll ever even play 10. Maybe when they release FF10 remake. Dude, God, that state of play was such a waste of time today. Dude, there's literally like nothing. At least it wasn't that long, but like, man, it was just all like stuff that's already been announced or stuff that nobody cares about. Dude, yeah, like the Five Nights at Freddy thing, like who asked for that? I know like there's like a fandom around it, but like it looked so bad, and like why would you put that in your state of play like that? Like I would have, like it was like tainted, it tainted the state of play. They could have like announced that separate or somewhere else. Like it looked so bad, like it looked like visually, like it just looked awful. And then the voice acting and everything else. No, Promised Neverland sucks. I've only seen the first episode. I was waiting for it to finish so I could watch it all in like a binge, like one session or 2 sessions. Moist Critical. I've only seen like a few of his videos. But I don't care about his opinion, so I don't even know. That means nothing to me. I did see, there was like a clip where he's like, I think he's talking about some kind of anime or something. No, yeah, he was talking about, oh, what's that redo of a healer or whatever. Like he's like that, he's like talking crap about it, and like someone in his chat or people in his chat were like he was like, it's garbage, it's like degenerate, it's just like bad anime on purpose. And people in the chat were like, that's the point. And he's like, that doesn't make it not bad. Like it's still bad, and if you like it, you have bad taste. Like what? I don't know. And I was like, he's right. This man is right. He knows what he's talking about. So maybe if he says Promised Neverland is bad, maybe if it was so bad he had to make a video about it, maybe he's right. I don't know. All I really know about him is that one of my little brothers is obsessed with watching his videos. To the point that like I pointed it out and he's like, wow, stalker. Like he called me a stalker for noticing that, and I was like, dude, every time I go to the kitchen, every time I pass by your PC, you're watching his videos. Like, you're the stalker. And he just like shut up, and everyone was laughing at him. And I was like, see, you know, even you know. And it was funny because like I don't. Me and Critical have like a pretty similar look. Like we both have, my hair is longer than his and my beard is longer than his, but we both have like the hair and the beard thing. To the point where like I've never played a stalker game, but like that little brother, he copies a lot of he copies a lot of stuff that I do. Like he like looks up to me in that kind of way of like. He does like a lot of things that I do, like mimics me and stuff like that. And like everyone is always like, oh look, Liam's doing that thing, he's copying just like Rigo does. And I'm like I think it's funny or whatever, and it's like I don't care. But then like seeing him watch Critical all the time, I was like, wait a second, he's not copying me, he's copying Critical. Dude, you got your stimulus? How much did you get? I haven't done my taxes, and I haven't checked my account, so I haven't seen if I got any money That's it? You're gonna get a Switch? A Switch and a PS5? To play Demon Soul Remake? Dude, Rise on PC. I forgot I read that and I didn't even think about it. That's not coming out. You posted the thing in Discord, 2022. Man, I wouldn't get a Switch just to play Rise. Like, I feel like even if they didn't announce it, I would just like not get it because I don't want another World. Because I bought World on PS4, played that a lot, and then they're like, hey, it's coming to PC, and I was like, I felt ripped off. I was like, are you kidding me? I wasted all this time and money on World on PS4 when I could have just waited for the PC version, and then I bought it again on PC. Yeah, I was talking about the PS5 earlier. They're just like, what are they doing? Like, what are they actually doing? Like, it's so easy to sell the PS5. Literally just remake Bloodborne, or like, they haven't even added like a PS5 version of Bloodborne yet. There's no like patch for it to like have like an upgraded version on PS5. Like, what are they doing? That's literally all they have to do, and you can sell like 1 million more PS5s. I mean, I think the other thing is that they don't have to worry about selling them anyway, because there's so much like, there's so little stock and so much hype still that people are like scrambling to buy them. But like, dude, it's that simple. Like, literally everybody is asking for Bloodborne on PS5 or PC, and they're not doing it. It's like, it's stupid. Cause I would actually, I don't know. I mean, I probably would buy a PS5 if they announced like either a remake or just like the upgrade on PS5 for Bloodborne, like running at like a stable 30 all throughout, or even 60. Like 60 would be best case scenario, but I would take 30. I would take like better textures, like a better looking, because the game looks great already. Like, it's just like the frame rate is like the worst part, but like if they could just make it look better and stable, I would get a PS5, because then I could play that and Demon Souls, and then I don't know, whatever other games, Red Dead 2 again. But they're like, I don't know. Yeah, the PS5 is ugly. But like, the thing is, like, I don't know, like, I don't care what the console looks like, because I don't look at, like, a lot of people are like, yeah, like, who cares what it looks like? I'm just going to put it in, like, my entertainment center and never see it anyway. Like, that's how, like, I would just put it behind one of my monitors and never have to look at it anyway. Which one? Oh yeah, one of these is this. I don't have any poetics though. 200. Ruby Doomsday. That's all the weapons, right? Like Ruby Emerald, whatever. Is it like, wait, what is that? Just like a series of trials? Cool. Geist is cool. I like him. Like when they brought him back in Stormblood, or whenever it was Stormblood, right? It wasn't like, he was still, actually, is he? No, he's gone before Heaven's Ward, right? That's when he like disappears. But like bringing him back as like an ally was cool. Yeah, presumed dead, and then like seeing him come back and him, like, what's it? Was it Shadowbringers when he first shows up again? Like I remember seeing like it's like you're out in the middle of nowhere, like desert or something, and you like come across him. And maybe it is Stormblood, I don't remember, but he's got like the mask on, and he's got like his squad with all masks on, and then he reveals, like you get the reveal, and it's like, whoa, what? The burn. Isn't the burn? Is that in Stormblood? Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's the one with that like. Wait, is that the one with the dragon like boss at the end? Or it's like a dragon head or something like that. Or maybe that's just one of its attacks. Mist Dragon, yeah. Yeah, I like that. That fight's cool. I was telling my friend, the one who's like skipping through all the story, I was like, he was saying like that was like the next dungeon for him, and I was like, dude, that one's pretty cool. Like especially like the boss at the end. It has like cool little gimmick. But he probably didn't even notice. Probably skipping through it while he's watching Bleach on his other monitor. The 7th Legion, of course. I do like how they, like, I didn't notice that before, but like each Legion is basically like a tribute to each game. That's why the 4th is like the next upcoming adversary, because Endwalker is Final Fantasy IV's expansion. I never played 6, so I don't know. I didn't catch any of the references. Actually, I probably like knew or like caught them or knew they were from 6. I just have no like nostalgia for it, I guess. I don't know, or like attachment to it. Oh, Dome is an area from 6. See, I didn't even know that. Like I know like Ivalice and like some of these other like. Actually, what other areas do I know from Final Fantasy games? Excuse me. I don't know. I can't even think. I know Ivalice. Maybe that's it. I don't know. What's the 12? I know it's like in Ivalice, but what is there like Dalmasca? I guess that's part of the Ivalice raids, whatever. Captain Bosch. I've never, man, I've played 12 like 4 times, and I've never finished it. Like each time I played it, I restarted and got further each time. But I've just never finished it. I don't know what it is. I don't know why I can't just play that game to the end. I always like lose interest. Like I don't even think it's a bad game or anything either. Yeah, I never finished 7. I mean, I don't know the like specifics of each weapon, but I know like there's ruby, emerald, sapphire. Is that it, or is there a 4th one? I feel like there is a 4th one. Isn't there like? I don't know. I don't know like what they are though. Oh, there's glorified mechs. I've seen some of them. I think it was like when you were playing through 7 again. I saw like you doing some of the fights. But yeah, I don't know the significance. Like, I don't know why they're relevant to that game. Like, I don't know. I mean, I can assume that they're like part of Shinra or whatever's like business, but oh, Planet's Guardians. Okay, okay. All right, then that's way different. Never mind. See, I don't know anything. I just know they're iconic. Dude, oh, was that in the State of Play thing, like when they were doing the like Yuffie's expansion. Oh, wait, hold on. Did they have to give him a face like that? Oh wait, isn't that what his face kind of looks like in the games? I feel like I've seen that. Wait, who's that? Is she the pilot? Darnus. Gutsy female voice. Wait, this is Evangelion. Get in the weapon. Gutsy female voice. Stupid. No, is it actually gonna be Evangelion? Is it gonna be like, this is Asuka, and then Emerald Weapon is gonna be, I don't know, would it be Shinji? It's not. Like, he's got the purple, but there's some green on there. And then Rei gets the diamond weapon, or sapphire. I don't know. I haven't seen them, so. And then they're all gonna be like, queue for it. I don't want to do it right now. It's too late. No one's gonna. Wait, which one is it? Is this it? Why does it look different? 5 minutes. Wait, what? Diamond? Oh, that's right. I forgot. But still, it's like 3 in the morning, 6 in the morning on the East Coast. Oh, really? Oh, that's kind of boring. What? The cutscene had it was red. It was ruby. Oh, you mean like on the picture or whatever? Oh, yeah. Oh, I never noticed that. Huh. Oh, that's kind of cool. When did they do that? I've literally never noticed that, ever. Wait. I don't think I ever did Hades Extreme. Does it say? When I unlocked this one earlier, is that just that, like, the fight you do in the dream, in Sid's dream, but, or in his memory, but, like, they turned it into an actual trial? I want to do this one. Oh, okay, that's kind of lame. Cause it wasn't it. Is it like literally like exactly the same, where it's like there's nothing that maybe they just like make things hit harder? Cause it wasn't hard at all. Like I got through it. Like I didn't get hit by a single thing, and okay, it is harder. All right. I was gonna say if they just took it and like maybe just like increased the damage, so if you screw up, you might die. Yeah, it like, well, yeah, it seems lame because like when I was doing it, I also kind of thought it was lame, where I was like, because it just felt like one of those like, here's another like single player instance thing. It didn't feel like it could be turned into a trial or something, but I don't know, I'll have to see for myself. He said that dungeon one's bad, but that dungeon one's fun. You have bad taste. My opinion's the only one that matters. Oh, huh. That sounds kind of lame that they would do that in the game. Like, just kill off one of them in a cutscene. That was kind of cool. Wait, is that the one that's like it gets? Isn't there like a ship or something? Gigantic cannon. Oh, I think I've seen that actually. Oh, okay. Port City. Cause I remember it coming out of the water, like the sapphire weapon, or like being in the water or something. I just remember water. Ah, okay. Aquatic weapons. So wait. So were they just like, are they like weapons that just like, or yeah, are they just like existing, and then like when things start going bad, the world like awakens them, or did they get created by like the world? Dude, that's like, hiding in the desert is more like hardcore than hiding in the ocean, because sand, like being buried in the sand and being able to like climb your way out, that's more hardcore than the ocean. You just swim out, boring, weak, no resistance. A defense system for the world. Is it literally, it's what's that movie, that bad movie where the trees like start releasing a gas to like fight back? That's what Final Fantasy VII sounds like right now, is that movie. It's got like Matt Damon or someone in it. Matt Damon or the other guy who like looks like him. Oh, Genova, okay. Wow, you're just gonna spoil the whole game for me, huh? I don't care. It's been like I've had, I don't know, 7 is like so like prolific and like permeating through everything that like it's impossible to not have the game spoiled for you by now, especially like the Aerith stuff. Game's still good even if it's spoiled. I disagree. The game's so bad, I literally cannot finish it. No, I think the reason I haven't finished it. Well, the first time I played it, I just like, I don't know, was busy and then like fell off and never went back to it. And then when I went back to it, I was like, all right, this game's ugly and too old, and gave up because I couldn't stand it. But it wasn't, I don't know, it wasn't bad. I was just like, I'll wait for, like, basically I'll wait for the remake, because I was like, there's no way a remake doesn't happen. And now the remake's out and they put it on, is it on PS4? Or is it, no, it's on PS4, right? Yeah, it has to be, because one of my friends was playing it. There you go. Well, yeah, FF7 remake, it's on PS4, but I'm not. Well, like, that's the thing, is like the remake is, it's not just a remake. Which is what sucks, is like, because I was like maybe now I'll play it, but then I was like, oh, they're gonna break it up into like parts so they can like charge me $60 each time. That's not fun. I'll wait till they all come out and they release the like ultimate collection for $60. But then like the way FF7 remake, the first part ends, everyone's like, wait a second, that's not how the game goes. Oh, that's cool. Is he like, here, I'm gonna look him up, because they don't look like they do in this, right? I want to see what it looks like. Alright, he's kind of ugly. Oh wait, oh, he's kind of cool. He's like, I think he's kind of cute. Like, he looks. Alright, this Kingsglaive FF15 version of him looks pretty insane, but I'm looking at these like little chibi ones, and he looks like he's wearing, I don't know, it looks like he's cosplaying. But then like there's like FF7 one that I'm looking at now. It looks pretty good. It's like, looks like he's got like skulls on his shoulders, which is like one of my favorite tropes, like armor design tropes. But like looking at one of these of him like on the overworld map, it looks very bad. Like the game, that's what I was talking about, is like, I think the models, like even for like its time, I think it's ugly. Like FF7, like Cloud's model, Barrett's model, like all their models just look so bad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't get it. I can't get into it. That's what I'm saying, is like, it's not even like, for its time, it's an ugly game. Like, well, I guess like once you're in combat, like I think the in combat stuff looks fine, but like the overworld and like out of combat stuff is like so bad. Like it's weird, because like other games that came out at the same time or around it, like why didn't they just stick with the sprite stuff? Like that would have been fine. That works. Like I would prefer that. That's kind of like the thing, is like, if I think I would be able to play through FF7 without being bothered by how it looks if it was like sprites. Or if they just released a remake that like made it look better, because like, let me see, because I've been thinking about playing through 4 again because of Endwalker, and like they have a Final Fantasy IV remake, or they've remade it a few times, or I guess like they remade it once that made it like 3D models and stuff like that instead of sprites, like the Super NES sprites that they had, and it looks nice. Like it's pretty simple, but it looks nice. and like they remade it for like the 3DS, and then or maybe just regular DS, but they remade it, and then they re-released it on PC, like on Steam, but they also like touched it up and added more to it to make it even better. Like they added voice acting and stuff like that. And I'm like, why haven't they done that with 7, other than just making this FF7 remake? Because like I feel like every port has just been like, take the old game and like release it how it looks. But they probably did that because it's like such a popular game. Like it's so what do you call it? Like, I don't know, just like so many people's favorite that like if they try to change it, dude, that's what I was saying. As soon as it popped, I was like, oh wait, 5 minutes? What? That's insane. And then you tricked me into believing that it would be 5 minutes. FF10's after FF4, because FF4 is more important to Endwalker than FF10. Honestly, based. I really want to play it. Like, I've been wanting to get to Kiwami, and also Dragon Age 2. Like, there's been a few games that I've been like, I've been waiting to get to these games for so long. And now 14 got in the way of them. But then 14, like, Endwalker put FF4 like at the top of the queue. And I'm just like, I'm never gonna get to Kiwami. Literally, I will literally never be able to play that game because everything else just keeps getting in the way. I mean, I know part of why I've been like hesitating to get to it is because I've heard it's not that great. Like, it's not bad, but it's just not great. Yeah, and I'm going to play it. The other thing is like FF7, Yakuza 7. I'm also like, why? Like, I mean, I could just go play Yakuza 7, which I hear is very good, and I don't need to play all the other ones to know, like, to like enjoy it as much. But that game, I don't think I'm gonna play that before Kiwami, but it's like part of like the anti-Kiwami feelings. Man, I need to like look up fish, like check out my fishing log and stuff like that, like do the research to see what I need to fish up next, because I should be fishing right now. What are these? Are these like, how am I missing those? And all this is, I think this is all like Stormblood. Oh wait, no, I think that's just like AR. No, wait. Because these are AR fish. This is probably all Shadowbringers. Yeah, I've like barely fished in Shadowbringers. Oh, maybe these are new fish actually, because I know they add new fish to like previous areas in a way that's like always annoying, because it's like, oh, I have these areas completed, and then I see a patch and it's like added new fish, and I don't know where they are yet, and then I see where they are, and I'm like, okay, why are they putting new fish in these like Realm Reborn areas that I don't want to be in? And they always have like stupid timers of like, oh, 2 minutes every 4 days, and it's like, bro, please. And then there's also like, oh my god, it's like 2 minutes, you get like a 2-minute window every like 4 days, and you have to like spend like half an hour before that like prepping for it. So you get your like whatever, like the stupid buff that allows you to catch that fish. Like, you have to like queue it up, like you have to catch like 8 fish. So you catch 7 and you're like, all right, the timer's coming up in like 2 minutes. So then you like spend the next like 2 minutes trying to catch the 8th fish, and then you get it, and then you sit there and the buff is like counting down, and you're like, oh, I have a 2-minute window and I'm waiting for this, like I hope this buff doesn't run out before I catch the fish. And then you don't catch the fish. And then you're like, great, now I have to wait another 4 days to try again. And it's like, why? Why did they do that? Whose idea was that? Is that when they're gonna release it? I want to see. Yeah, I want the full trailer. Cause like I watched the Endwalker trailer, and then I was like, oh, let me go watch Shadowbringers again. And it was twice as long, and I was like, dude, when are they gonna release the finished version of this trailer? FanFest. Hurry up. Hold on. What? Are you watching Endwalker again? Stupid. You're gonna burn yourself out. By the time they release the real trailer, you're gonna be tired of it, and you're not gonna watch it. I do like, yeah, that last, the end of it where he turns around and does that pose. That's really good. That's very good. Alright, I gotta pee. Do you think the queue will pop? Oh man. I'm wasting my time. Hold on. Let me buy a bunch of those stupid tickets. Alright. Alright. Let's see if I can get back before the queue pops. I'll be right back. Alright. I was pretty sure that I was gonna come back to like no queue. Like I would have missed it. My chat would have been filled with you spamming LOL and dumb emotes because I lost. Okay. What can I mean, I guess I can like start doing, can you do Boja like while you're queued up for stuff, or is it like a queue, like you queue up to go into Boja and then it's like an instance like that? Otherwise I have to just go to the, no, that sucks. All right. Let's see. Actually, I want to look up like the rates, I guess. Cause I know there's like some of the ones in Curtis, like they each have like, I think it's like the Sea of Clouds, and I don't know actually. Hold on, let me look it up. Oh wait. Oh yeah, so like the drop rate is 100% from Fates if you receive a gold medal. So what's it like in Boja then? Is it just like you get more of them faster or something? I guess I can start working on Red Mage, but I want to do Red Mage. Like I wanted to do this relic up to the point where you have to get those, I think it's the Time Worn artifacts, which is like the last step, because then you can do that in Palace of the Dead, and that's where I want to like play Red Mage, because I can play by myself, not have to worry about learning it in front of other people and like ruining everyone else's time with my low DPS because I'm fumbling. Oh wait, also, I mean that also gives me time because I have a Red Mage, but I want all the Ironworks gear because it looks cool. I think the caster set looks cool, but I don't have poetics for it. And then I put all the other stuff in my glamour dresser already. There's not much of a learning well, there's like the initial learning process because it starts at 50, so you have like a billion skills just to like work with right off the bat. You can't shush me. Got this queue. Like I just like looked at it right now and I was like, dude, I could be queuing up for, I don't know, anything else. Stalker time. End the stream. No, you can watch both or do both. Don't tell me you don't have 2 monitors. Don't tell me you're not using your stimulus money to buy a second monitor to improve your experience tenfold. Dude, I think like the best purchase, like once you have a PC, is a second monitor. Like, dude, like, do it. Maybe not for $500. Try to find it cheaper than that, but like I have, like right now, well, I had a 1920 by 1200 monitor that died a couple months ago. So I took my TV, like I have a 1080p TV that I was letting my little brothers use, but they're still like, I don't know, not unappreciative, but they like, it's like, here, you got this nice fat TV to play like, I don't know, PS4 and Switch games on, and then they still like go out to the living room and use that TV instead, and it's like, okay, I mean, if you want to sit next to grandma for the whole day, whatever, but you could just be in your room like peacefully playing, you know, like away from the dog, away from all that. You just like play in your room, but all right, if you want to sit out in the living room and deal with all that, go ahead. And so then I took my TV. So like, yeah, so like I took my TV back because I was like, you guys aren't even using it, and my monitor died, so I'm gonna use my I'm taking my TV because I still need 2 monitors. And then I took my TV back, and then I caught one of my little brothers. Like, they're so dumb. They like, like we have a wall between our rooms, and they talk so loud. And like one of my little brothers was like trying to like sound cool in front of his friends, and he's like, he's like his friend says something like, oh yeah, like I have a TV in my room or whatever, and my little brother's like, oh yeah, I used to have a TV in here, but then my brother stole it. And I heard that, and I went in there, and I was just like, that was my TV. Like I just like yelling like, that was my TV, I let you guys borrow it and you guys never used it, blah blah blah. And he just like was like, sorry, and then just like stop talking about that, because like, dude, they try to sound so cool in front of their friends, and like it's so annoying. Like they'll like sit there and like, I don't know, like be bullies, and I'll throw the door open and just like embarrass them in front of their friends, and then they shut up, and it's like, God, because they're so annoying. They're so like, I don't know, it's like they're dumb, and it's annoying to like listen, because like they'll even like say racist stuff, and I'm just like, I just throw the door open, and I'm just like, stop being a racist. You're not white, you're Mexican. Like, you can't talk like you're a hypocrite. And then they're just like, they just shut up, and their friends are like, ooh, in the background, and it's like, idiots, stop. It's so like, dude, because like literally like one of them looks very white, like he has blonde hair and blue eyes just because his dad, like he, like they are like, we're all like mixed, I guess, like we're Mexican and white. Like my grandma's side of the family is very white, and then their dad's side of the family is very white. And like, but like one of them ended up being like blonde hair, blue eyed, and then the rest of us all have like I have black hair and brown eyes, but like everyone else, all my other brothers have brown hair, like dark brown to like lightish brownish, but we're all like obviously not like Aryan. Except for the one like blonde hair, blue eyed one. But like the brown hair, brown eyed one was the one who was like trying to talk about like how he's white, and how like he's like talking to these like, he's like making fun of Asian kids and stuff like that. And I was like, dude, shut up, you're Mexican. Like, what do you, like, you don't even look white. Like, it's just like, yeah, exactly, like Aryan Mexican. Well, that's what I was like. That's yeah, like if he was like joking with like the racism, because like me and my friends, like real life friends, we like joke about that kind of stuff like all the time, but it's like very obviously joking, and just like we're just like making bad taste jokes really, and it's not like genuine racism. But like he was being genuinely racist, and I was like, dude, do you understand that like if you think you're like I don't know, allying yourself with white people in like a way, like the white race in the way that like a white like you can be a part of white supremacy, that's not gonna happen. Like, that's not how that works. Like, you will be next on the chopping block after the Asians you're like being racist against. Like, what are you doing? And it was just like, yeah, like they do stuff like that all the time. So I always like bust into their room and just like yell at them and like call them out on it. But like with the TV thing, I was like, this kid is actually trying to make me look like he's trying to be like, he's 12 years old, so he's trying to sound like, he's trying to make me sound bad. Like, oh yeah, my 28-year-old brother came in and stole my TV. He stole from a 12-year-old. And I was like, bro, that's my TV. Like, I let you guys borrow it. You guys never use it, so I'm taking it back. Like, I'm actually using it. Dude, me too. Not on Warcraft, but in Maple Story. I would say catfishing is more productive than playing Roblox for 12 hours a day and not catfishing in it. Cause like when I was playing Maple Story, wait, so you're just pretending to be a girl? Well, that's kind of like I don't mean catfishing as in like trying to trick people into like going out with you, but like like getting people to be nice to you, like pretending to be a girl. Because that's what I did in Maple Story. Is I would I played a girl character and would pretend to be a girl, so people would give me free stuff and like do stuff for me. It was easy. I don't know how people fell for it. I was like 12 years old, just like running around in Maple Story. I didn't even pretend to be a girl really. Like people just automatically assumed, and I didn't type like a girl or anything. Like I wasn't like doing like winky faces or anything. I was just like talking like normal, just like, oh yeah, I'm a girl, give me free stuff. And then I had all these orbiters who just like constantly give me free stuff or like buy me stuff or like run things with me, so I didn't have to like sit in the queue or like find a group. And they're like just playing Roblox. Dude, literally all they play in Roblox is like job simulator games, like Snowplow Simulator or like Shop Simulator. And it's like, wait a second, you're playing these like, you're role playing real life in this very ugly video game. Like what is wrong with you? Wait. I don't think I ever ran into pedos. Not that I know of. Jeez. Oh. Man. See, at least you're not dumb. Like, I feel like the people who do end, like, not trying to like victim blame, but like if you get preyed on and like groomed and stuff like that, it's not, you didn't deserve it, but like, I don't know, like you were never gonna be like, you're always going to be taken advantage of. Cause like, dude, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, I feel like groomers exclusively play MMOs, but maybe, because like I feel like it's like way harder to like groom someone in other games, but MMOs is like so easy because it's like they're like community-based games. But like what I was saying is like if you're prone to being groomed, then it's like the groomer shouldn't be grooming you, but like you're kind of weak in the first place, where it's like you're prone to being groomed. Like it's gonna happen eventually. You're just gonna be taken advantage of eventually, because like, I don't know, that's just how you are. I don't think there's like a way to like prevent it, or like I don't know, you'd have to like have a personality change to like not be prone to it, not be groomable. And then like I don't know, a lot of people when they get groomed, they don't even think they're groomed, or they don't see a problem with it until like something goes wrong, and then they're like, it's kind of like the like getting canceled of like a lot of these people, like I don't know, like it's like, I don't know, it happens all the time on like Twitter when there's like a big like video game controversy of like some pro player like taking advantage of fans and stuff like that. It's like the fan realizes that like they're not special or something, and then it's, yeah, it just becomes like a revenge thing, and then they're like, oh, he groomed me and blah blah blah, and it's like, yes, but also you got groomed. Like, it's not your fault, but you're gonna keep getting groomed. Yes, well, that's what I was thinking of. Smash players is like, that's like the first thing that came to mind is like the 1,000,001 Smash controversies, and each one is always like this like high profile Smash player just using his Smash fame to like get girls, and they're always underage. I don't know if I've ever seen it the opposite way, of like girls taking advantage of guys like that. Jeez. I don't know if I heard about that one. I did hear about like the Discord stuff, there's like a Discord drama of like there's like some Discord server that was like grooming and like basically brainwashing boys to like become trans, like to get sex changes and like go through all that. And that's super messed up, because then that is just like a fetish thing, and it's like it's not even like, oh, I'm just, you know, taking advantage of this younger person because I want a relationship or whatever. It's like, no, I want to permanently damage these young men and women to satisfy my sexual fetishes. And it's like, that is insane. Drama in the Discord. I don't even know how you would say that. I hate that baby talk stuff. It's so stupid. I don't know. It feels like if you're an Asian girl, you can like, you get like a million orbiters by default on the internet. Like being a girl is like an advantage, but like being Asian, like it's just like hyper. See, like they got you already. Like if I posted, I don't know, a Korean right now, you'd like fall in love even if she was ugly. Man, dude, I think about how easy it'd be to be a girl. Like, I don't know, like there's like stuff that sucks about being a girl, but like for the lifestyle I live, like if I was just a girl, life would be so easy. Cause like I don't put myself in, like if I was a girl, I would never be in the situations that kind of like suck to be a girl in. Like, I don't know, like being in public situations where you can get like harassed and things. But like all my time is spent on the internet where you can't be harassed, like you can't be assaulted or anything. I don't know, like, but that, yeah, like, so there's that, but then I also think about like just being a girl in general. I don't know, like I wouldn't want to have to deal with all this stuff, especially not like periods and things like that. You have to fake liking them instead of actually like stupid. Dude, this is never gonna happen. I'm just gonna go do Boja. Is there no queue for Boja? Do you just like have to go to that thing to do it? I don't know. Like the other thing is like being a girl. Well, yeah, like being a girl on the internet also sucks because like incels and dudes like that who are just like don't take girls seriously on the internet. Like I do have to go to Gongos, whatever it is. I mean, at least it's like, wait. Oh yeah, it doesn't show up on the map. You have to do it through here. The stupid Doman Enclave or whatever. Enclave. Incels like Shirokuma. Stalker. Alright, well, I'm quitting this queue. Is there a new Stalker? Is there a reason you're playing Stalker? I'd stream Final Fantasy 4 before Omori. Let me in. Actually, I think I'm just gonna be done here. I don't feel like doing this. I'm hungry. And it's cold. I want to get in bed and just watch something. Let me think. Is there anything I need to do before I get off? What's the next reset? I forget. It's like 6 or 7. Either way, it's too far. Whatever. Gross. I guess I'll stay in. Wait. I don't remember if I did my tickets. Either way, I'll just stay here. What is that? Oh, it's that Yokai Watch, dude. Oh, okay. Oh, 7 a.m. Alright, cool. Oh, I'll just stand right here. Alright, whatever. That's it. I don't know what I'll play tomorrow. Like, I kind of want to play Final Fantasy IV, but I also want to, like... I mean, I guess I could do all this stuff tomorrow during the day. Like, all this 14 stuff that I want to do. Catch up on. Like, I feel like I'm done streaming 14, unless it's, like, I get to nighttime, like, streaming time, and I'm like, oh, actually, let me do a little bit of this stuff. Like, if I feel like playing 14. Otherwise, I might just start 4 tomorrow. Maybe play something else. Oh, wait, it's Friday. I might be able to play, like, No Man's Sky with my brothers or something. Since it's the weekend now. Drippy. Wait. I don't think all these were here last time I checked. Wait, that's... It only costs 14. Why does she even exist if she literally only sells one hairstyle? Can't they put it in here? Cause yeah, this guy sells hairstyles. Pretty sure I own all these. I don't have this one yet, but I don't want to buy it yet. And I don't think I have this. Or this. Alright, whatever. That's it. I'm done. I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know what I'll play. I'll play something though. Maybe more 14. Maybe I'll do more of these side quests. And it's Friday night, so queues should be fine. Hopefully. But until then, goodbye.